you know, the town manager as our guest. The major thing on the agenda is, of course, the fiscal year 2013 budget. Last week, we got some preliminary budgets. Today, John provided us with some supplementary budgets.
Yeah.
So, do you want to kick it off, John?
I will. We started, let me just go over we met on the 23rd with, we'll go over the schedule for meeting with department heads.
Thank you.
On the budget. Well, on the 23rd, we went with police and fire, and that was quite an event, both for police and fire. On the 24th, we met with highway, sewer, water, building, and veteran agent. Today, we were in Boston for a hearing. There were one bill before the Joint Committee on Local Government Relations, which was the bill that we have filed by the governor on behalf of the town regarding the time issue when the warrants went out, were in the mail.
Yes.
It's required 14-day notification. That's a state requirement. We have to have them in the mail, and we missed the mailing by a day, so that caused a backup and insufficient notification. So I think that's going to be reported out favorably within a certain period of time. So I hope that we will be able to move forward with that shortly. Now, next Wednesday, the town meeting warrant opens. I will not be here Wednesday night, next Wednesday. I have a procedure on the 31st, and I'll be out that Wednesday, but I'll be back Thursday. The IT budget scheduled for Thursday, February 2nd. We'll probably end up doing the finance team meeting, team budgets as well on that Thursday. That would include the town manager's budget, the collector treasurer, and the assessor's budget, all in that 10 o'clock time frame, probably 10 to about 11:30. I have a 12 o'clock Mayflower executive board meeting.
What day is that?
I'm sorry.
Thursday the 2nd?
Yeah, Thursday the 2nd.
And who was it on February 1st again?
Oh, I'm sorry, February 1st, I am not going to be here, I'm not going to be in the office on the 31st and the 1st, so there's I don't have any scheduled meetings. February 2nd, we have the IT budget and the finance team budgets, which it will include the town manager's budget, the collector treasurer's budget, the assessor's budget, and any of the other ancillary budgets that we would have here. We've gone over water, we've gone over sewer, we've done the building inspector, town clerk we're doing Thursday, highway, we've done South Shore Voltech. I don't know if you want to have them in like you had them in last year. We do project a significant increase in South Shore Voltech. We haven't done the collector treasurer's budget, board of selectmen, town manager's budget. We've done police and fire. We've actually we'll be doing the schools this Thursday, I believe, at 10 o'clock.
Yeah.
Okay.
Tomorrow?
Yeah.
That's schools.
Yeah. Did I give it the 26th? Did I tell you?
Town clerk.
I'm sorry.
Town
The
clerk.
26th town clerk.
And schools.
And schools.
Council on Aging.
Council on Aging, library, and Board of Health. We are also meeting Thursday night with the Board of Health on to try to get them to support the RFP for automated trash collection at curbside. We'll see how that goes.
That's a separate meeting?
That's a separate meeting Thursday night.
A selectmen's meeting?
It'll be a joint meeting between the selectmen and the Board of Health. If the Finance Committee would like to attend, you'll learn a lot more that's out there, and how we propose to save the money we anticipate saving. I think I've gone over the preliminaries with you guys on the actual service itself. There's one member of the board who has actually gone out and spoken with Matt and looked at an automated program in Mansfield and walked away extremely impressed with the numbers, the tonnage, how it works. She's actually talked to residents about what they think of the program, and it's a very successful program in Mansfield. So if we end up doing that and sending out the RFP, which we have to do very soon, we will have a series of outreach meetings with residents, senior citizens. They'll be advertised and televised along with an actual video that we're going to produce that will explain the program, how it will work, the manner in which we'll even have. There is a place in Avon, Massachusetts, not too far from us, that separates the single stream recycling. You got to see it. It's absolutely amazing. They do it through different volumes of wind. So a lighter wind separates the paper, a little stronger wind separates the plastic bottles and cans and aluminum cans. And it depends upon, cardboard is a little heavier, so that's a stronger wind, and it just goes on this conveyor belt, and it's driven by wind. And the wind pulses separate the items. It's really an interesting process, and very little of that is handled by hand.
So is this meeting for so what's that meeting for?
The meeting is to try to have another discussion with the Board of Health to see if they will support the automated curbside collection program. I would like to get their support. I don't know if that will happen, but.
Are they not recommending it? Do they have another, is there a different?
Have they voted?
Well, they voted not to support the RFP, but they haven't come up with an alternative. The alternative was to continue to offer the same program that we have now, to do two bids, to do the current bid, which isn't working and everyone knows it's not working, and then do the automated. They figure, they're concerned that the automated is not going to generate a competitive bid process. And there are 5 vendors who offer automated curbside collection that will probably be bidding on this. And at least, in the way it's structured, the way the bid is structured, you can bid on any aspect of the bid. You can provide curbside collection, the disposal. Somebody can come in and just bid disposal.
And you could use different, you could go with one for the to pick up, one for where it's being transported to, one.
And with this bid, we also expect to generate additional revenue of about $100,000 to $110,000 on the back end of disposal for recycled materials. So this is the first bid in which the town will share in any of the profits on the recycling end of it.
So it goes out to bid, and you suspect that there'll be about 5 companies that will bid,
We expect that will be the case.
and then you take the lowest qualified?
Well, we will take the bid that's the most advantageous to the town, because in the bid, we're also expanding service to include twice a year curbside collection for leaves, yard waste, and second curbside pickup for Christmas trees.
Just curious, will they take that, where do they take the leaves and the Christmas trees? That
They'll,
take
they'll be taking it to our
To our-
our facility. So in the bid, in the budget, we're keeping the same level that we expect to save about $160,000. We expect to also apply for and receive a grant to purchase the barrels. Now, they'll provide us $10, a grant will provide $10 a barrel. So we figure we need somewhere around 4,000, 20, 25 or 30 barrels to service all of our one, single-family, two-family, and three-family units.
Cindy, sorry, did you have a question? I didn't want to get too far away.
Yeah, when I watched you the other night, the selectmen, you had mentioned that there'd be a savings, you thought like per year of about 160,000. If we go to this, and then would that
First
100
year.
to 110 be over and above that?
That'll be revenue coming back to the
Okay, so
town.
revenue coming back, plus we're gonna save probably after a year or two out, once we pay for barrels, about $160,000 a year.
If not more.
If not-
Now, because in the second year of the program, there's still a steady decline in our tipping. We're also going to get a very competitive tipping fee. One of the things I said that I don't know if anyone picked up on in relationship to the way the current bid is structured is what happens with our waste, who owns it? And in the current bid, the one that we're operating under now, the contractor owns the waste. So he charges us $80 a ton. But let's say he gets a disposal fee of $75. What happens to the extra $5 a ton? Well, then he keeps that, because he has a right to. That's the way the contract's written. So the contract, the way it's written now, or will be written, is that we dictate where that trash goes. We want to make sure that we get the lowest competitive price on the disposal of the tonnage. So there's a lot of advantages to the RFP, and for the Board of Health to, reject it. And, if you listen to and look at some of the reasons for rejection, one commissioner, a Board of Health commissioner, thought that it would be too cruel for us as a town to eliminate the 4 positions of the rubbish collectors and going with a one-man show. Guy operates a truck, the can wire comes up, picks up the barrel, and goes to the next house. And they complete the process. As you know, with automation, it's a lot quicker. They can complete a route in half the time, or 3/4 of the time. So there's a savings on time, there's a savings on personnel, there's a savings in relationship to the program as it is structured, because you are forcing residents to increase their recycling. And I gave them the example that I had the kids back at the house for a while. Kids, they eat everything under the sun that has a plastic a wrapper or a plastic carton, and, so they throw it out in the trash. Well, you know what happens? I end up with 2 extra bags of trash that I shouldn't have, because some of the recycling is in it. So if they use the plan and they use it well, the residents should have absolutely no problem. And if they do, then you purchase the second barrel at curbside. You pay for the cost of the barrel in the first year, and every year thereafter, you would pay the cost of tipping for that barrel. Now, the town, and I think we've talked about this, generates about 1.58 tons per household. That's 0.58, over half a ton more than the state average, and over a ton more than the 14 area communities in the South Shore Recycling Collaborative, because some of them are, in the South Shore, are pay-as-you-throw communities, and some are, have a more stringent recycling initiative, and so they're generating about 0.58 tons, and that's clearly a ton more than what we're generating. And so, I guess the question becomes one in which, if I come before the finance committee and I say to you, I really like the program that we have right now. It's costing us $160,000 more than we really need to spend. I think that you would say to me, you're nuts if you don't do something about it. And that $160,000 is a good amount of money. It would be touted by the DEP as a creative alternative between curbside collection, which is what we have now, and pay-as-you-throw. This is right in the middle. It's providing the service that residents voted for in the overlay, and it's making sure that in the future we keep our costs controlled enough and predictable enough so that we don't have to have future overrides for trash.
John, is there documentation from other towns that have gone to this to back up to the Board of Health, the savings that they've seen?
Oh, yeah, that information, I think, was provided to them. Actually, they hired a consultant in a grant, which was very innovative. They got this guy, Dan Balboni, who spent about 25 years in the industry. So he's now working with us from an insider's perspective. And we fashioned the RFP with his guidance. And he had the Mansfield numbers, and he said, this program works. There is absolutely, you can see where you're saving 2,000 tons. Now at $80 a ton, it's $160,000.
Can both programs be bid? Can you put an RFP out for the rolling container and the traditional?
Balboni has indicated that it can't be done that way. And the reason why you can't do it is that you have to pick a method for collection. Now, you can bid it out, but the bid, you're not going to compare apples to apples in the sense that you're going to have two 32-gallon containers and no container for recycling. And the problem with the current program is that you don't have a sufficient size barrel unless you as a homeowner go out and buy it. If you travel around town as I do, you'll see that a majority of the homes still use those little square box recycling containers. And when you get a strong enough wind, half the recycling material is in the street somewhere. So, and then of course, there's no lids. So when it rains, it increases tonnage.
But just on the dollars, I mean, can't you compare the FY12 dollars versus what the bids would come in at for 13 and say, here's, in writing, your savings?
Well,
It seems like the issue you're facing is skepticism.
There's a capital investment
In
in
year
the
one.
purchase of the trucks, because in the bid, we're requiring new trucks. We don't want somebody's leftover trucks that are gonna break down, that have been in use in Newton or Mansfield or some of the other communities. And so, we want the trucks to be labeled, we want the trucks to have numbers, we want the trucks to have a toll-free number that residents can call to report problems.
We don't do that with any of the trash now, right?
None of it.
Is that a problem, do you have that problem, the trucks breaking down now, or is that in your
Some of that
contract
we
right
do,
now?
Yeah, no, we don't have any performance penalties in the current contract. We do in the new one. If they don't pick up within the prescribed period of time, they don't go back, there are penalties that are in place for, like, for example, when they had that leakage and they had trash, the liquid portion of it just going up and down the street, that creates a smell. So they have to pay for the entire cleanup of that under the new, and if they don't within a prescribed period of time, they're fined. And we clean it up and they pay for it. None of that's in the contract now, so, and to much to Waste Solutions' credit, they did, make good, and they did the best they could. But it's against regulation to have seepage or leakage from your containers, your trash containers. Now, and there was and one of them was paint, and that paint went up and down.
Well, if it's already against
property.
regulations, it seems redundant to have to build it into a contract that the regulations covered anyways.
Yeah, they're covered under regulations, but they're not in the contract. There's a question of contractual law as to whether or not you can enforce it. The state would have to enforce it rather than the local county. So we would like to enforce it. So can we bid it both ways? I would not recommend doing both ways, bidding it both. We'd have to send up two separate bids.
Sure.
They couldn't be under the same bidding process. We know that the current system doesn't work, so the question becomes one in which why would you bid it? If you know it doesn't work, if it
To
doesn't.
satisfy those who are donating.
We probably could, but we're, both town council and myself are recommending that we don't confuse the bidding process any more than it has to be. So that's why I think we're gonna end up doing this industry.
What time's that meeting on Thursday?
7 o'clock. Oh, no, 6:45, I'm sorry. And I think it's here in the Conway, it's gonna be on TV, so
Live, can we live TV or?
I have no idea. Live or Memorex, but it'll be one of them.
Because the Board of Selectmen are generally live, aren't they?
Right.
So since it's a joint, I was wondering if you.
Would they want it to be, but that's what they have to, can.
That meeting the other night too, I kinda got the impression that the Board of Health is, not the Board of Health, but the Board of Selectmen are in favor of the RFP, like they're gonna back this up.
I think they will. You know what it is? It really boils down to finances. And I think what the Board of Health wanted was to give the people at town meeting the choice of what program they wanted. Well, if you fast forward this whole process, we do an RFP, town meeting occurs in April, we need 3 to 4 months just to implement, just to get the contractor on board with his capital expenditures, the contract negotiated and worked out, and that will certainly not happen before July 1st if we waited until the end of April. See, we're gonna have the bids back by March 1st. So in March, all of that's gonna be worked out, so by April, May, and June, that's the implementation phase, that's the education phase. And if we don't know which program we're going with because we're waiting for town meeting to decide that for us, and of course, council's application is that that's not town meeting's role. Town meeting's role is an appropriation role, not to decide what program or service we're gonna provide. That's our decision, the administrative.
So going along with whose decision it is. Whose decision is it? Is it the
It's
Board of
town
Health?
No, it's the town manager's decision.
Okay, so
And chief economist.
theoretically, you could make that decision, you and the health agent?
Well, no, the Board of Selectmen, myself, I think I can make that decision, but here's the problem. The problem from my perspective is that I'd like to try to get some buy-in.
Of course.
And
And that generally has been your way. I mean,
Yeah.
that, you know,
and I'm not,
I'm just speaking for myself, is that you generally like to have people know what's going on before a decision is made.
and, you know, the problem that I see is that somebody will say, well, what does the Board of Health think about this? I'd like to manage the program. And I could assign the management of the program to, these types of complex programs are managed by DPW. We don't have a DPW. We're managing it at the level of, Board of Health. Now, I also have, according to the letter that we received from council, the authority to assign who's gonna implement the program. And I think really what it boils down to is the Board of Health is a little upset that, I'm doing this RFP, but I'm doing it with them. I mean, I sat through the entire 2.5-hour, page by page, line by line, reviewing it and making the changes that they wanted in the RFP that they end up voting against. It didn't make sense, And then they do it, and don't invite me to the meeting, so I could kind of steer them in a direction that I think is appropriate for, you know what, it makes absolutely no difference to me. This is your town, and you pay me to provide you with expert advice, as I think, in my experience, will dictate. This is gonna save us money, and, that money can be used in other places, or it can go back to the townspeople, and an underwriter, because they had so many overrides for trash. We can give it back.
Are you expecting to vote again on this tomorrow? Is it gonna be a rehash of what they've gone through already?
I don't know. I mean, it's gonna be up to the Board of Health and the Board of Selectmen, but I'm gonna make another presentation tomorrow. I have nothing better to do than come in and make a presentation on trash. It's my talk trash moment. I'm gonna talk some trash.
As a quick aside, just want to get a sense of how many of us think that we may attend that. I think I might want to.
Is this February 13th?
It's tomorrow.
Tomorrow.
Oh,
Yes, no, I'm sorry, it's tomorrow.
The tomorrow meeting, I meant.
Let's,
1, 2, week 4 maybe. You're not sure, okay. I just wanted to get a sense if we were.
You can show up, but what you can't.
We will
do is
not be
you can't-
deliberating.
You can't deliberate on anything.
I would advise we don't sit near
You're
each
sitting
other.
there,
I'll
you're
sit
sitting there
on
with.
that corner.
Yeah, that's kind of where I was going, is we won't be sitting together, we won't be talking.
Is that the same one with the Council on Aging? Or is it a different? This is for the budget for tomorrow,
For the Board of Health?
for the Board of Health?
No, this is just the trash RFP. Has nothing to do with the budget. You know, we're not, we don't want to get the Board of Selectmen really involved in detailed portions of the budget until we have something more solid that we want to go over and talk about publicly.
Earlier in the day, he's meeting with a whole other group, like Council on Aging, Library, Health, that's separate from this.
Yeah,
Oh, okay.
that's
That's
at 3
earlier in
o'clock
the day.
with the Board of Health at 3. And that's just on their budget, has nothing to do with the trash. Although, the trash portion is in their budget, so it's part of their budget. And the monies will come from their budget to pay for whatever program we decide to go with.
And that's a meeting earlier, and then at 6:45, it will be specific to the trash option. Is that right?
Yes.
Does that answer it?
Yes, thank you.
Okay.
So that's our approach. So on the 2nd of February, just to wrap up, we're gonna probably complete our first review of the budget. We're gonna call some of the other departments back, but I need to schedule with you the times that you wanna, in March, in April, February, that you wanna start seeing the departments. Probably you wanna see the larger departments first, and then
Yeah.
the smaller departments later, or however you wanna work with it, to make that decision.
Yeah, the only thing I would suggest is not doing two large budgets together. I think last year, if I recall correctly, we did like police one night, fire one night, schools
Highway,
one night, and highway. And then we were able to combine some of the.
Right, and do you wanna do that this year?
I
think that's a good
I
idea.
think it was a sort of best
Did
practice.
you wanna meet
from
like
last year.
Tuesdays and Thursdays, is that your approach?
Well, as I'm looking at the calendar, I mean, we could do it, you're not gonna be here, on Wednesday the 1st. So I'm thinking that really you're gonna start probably the week of the 6th, doing these kinds of things. And we have a library tour on February 2nd, so that, we're not gonna do that Thursday. So really, so if, I would have to like pull the group here to see whether
Right.
Tuesdays work better
Well,
than
just let me know
Thursdays.
when you want, who you want, when you want them, so I can notify them.
what's wrong with Wednesdays?
We meet Wednesdays anyway,
Right,
if we're gonna meet a second day during the week.
okay, that's what I'm saying, well, why would we do, like, if we're gonna have the fire in
Wednesday and
to go
Thursday?
over their,
Yeah.
budget, can we have them come in on Wednesday?
Oh, of course, no, what.
Instead of doing Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday.
No, what I was saying, he said, do we want to do 2 days a week? Wednesday would be the set day, and I'm saying, when we would have to talk as to whether Tuesday is better
Or
than Thursday, Wednesday
Okay.
is already.
I thought
set.
he was saying Tuesdays
You
and
know, I did
Thursdays.
say Tuesday and Thursday, that's my fault.
Did you mean Tuesday? Why don't we just bring in some cots and we'll just stay?
We can stay here.
But no, I mean,
We're
if
gonna
it really got squished, because it is a short month, theoretically, we could do that, but I'm thinking definitely Wednesdays, we could almost, I don't know if we want to spend the time now, but we could almost schedule out the Wednesdays, or if I could do a quick poll here as to whether what works best for people. In addition to Wednesday, does Thursday?
You
or-
can do that after I leave if you want, or
Right.
you can do it. And just email me and let me know what it
All right.
is, and I'll send out that notification, like we did last year too.
Mhm.
It worked
And
out
I
pretty
think you
well.
can just go ahead and schedule, like, when we figure out if it's Tuesday or Thursday, including Wednesday, if you wanted to schedule them, because you'll know
Okay.
what works better for
Yeah.
chief, not all versus.
Yes, somebody may not be able to make it. You know, one of the things that was really interesting in the budget cycle, and I didn't know this, and I kind of like, I didn't really either hear about it, pick up on it, or understand it at all. And the Joint Water Works has a different healthcare split than the town. And
You
it's
do?
far more favorable to the employee than the town. We're trying to go to 60/40 and sit here. I figured we're all going to 60/40. Guess what?
We don't have-
Ain't happening with the Joint Water Works.
Who
It's
who
not a
governs
lot of
theirs?
employees,
Yeah,
but you know what? It's the principle of it.
Yeah.
And it's really,
It's the unity.
did you pick that up? Who was at that meeting?
I don't know,
You-
something
Did you pick that? What was it like?
I thought the town paid 80 and they paid 20.
81.
Was it 81?
Yeah, I think it was 81.
And what happens with plan design?
Hmm? I don't know, yeah.
What happens with the?
Plan design doesn't do anything with the split. It's just on the design of the plans and the co-pays. So right now, if you have,
But so what would your savings be if you just looked at the water department? What would your savings be with plan design with that? I'm not asking for a number, would it be significant, or it's not gonna be all that significant?
no, it's
because
not,
of the split, or?
it's not significant. Like I said, it really doesn't make a lot of difference. The problem is that we're trying to move in one direction, and we've got one arm, one group that's clearly going in a different direction. And I'm surprised the other unions haven't picked up on this and said, this isn't fair.
Who
No,
makes
now.
that,
Well, one of them,
They know.
I'm sorry?
if someone were to try and change that, who would be the person that would change that? Who made that decision for it to be?
It wasn't us.
Who governs that? Who's the governance on that?
The sewer commission, the water commission, I'm sorry.
Who we vote, who's gonna be our water commissioner?
Yeah.
That's
You
an
vote
elected
them in,
position.
you vote them into office.
How many from Abington, how many from? We have our own board.
But it's a joint board. They, first part of the meeting is spent doing one of the town's businesses. The next half of the meeting is spent doing the other town's business. And then they vote on things that they have to vote on jointly. But there's two separate boards that meet together as one. We'll figure that out.
must be confusing.
It's like Apple and IBM. And then you decide to have a joint meeting. That was,
Well, I
you
guess
know,
we'll tackle that at some point.
Well, I don't know if
We will, or we won't.
I don't know if, my head, I got a headache, but I don't know if that is something worth trying to figure out.
Maybe
And
it's out of
then
scope at this
There was a
particular.
discussion that they wanted to form a district, which meant that they would be completely separate in governance. They would have no oversight with, and it was voted apparently back in 1996.
I don't remember that.
Maybe it was. I don't remember yesterday.
It'd be the same as a social hotel that someone controls.
We'd get a number
Nothing.
and we'd have to pay it. I don't know, yeah, if the town feels comfortable enough allowing that kind of independence, and God bless them. But I would think that you want more conformity than you want outside of the regular town stuff. So, I don't know, I think that.
That can be the problem with regionalizing schools.
Well, regionalizing
things.
schools, you lose a lot of
don't have
control.
that control.
You get more in reimbursement, but is it really worth it?
You don't have control over what's
And
going to
I've
happen.
worked in a regional school district, and even though the regional school district was in Blackstone, it included Millville. Millville had a voice, even though Millville constituted a third of what was going on. And if they didn't vote for a capital project, it wasn't built. And, you know, I don't know. I've got my thoughts about regional school districts.
We're one of 6, and we get one vote, though we may have more kids or less kids at the session.
Well, you would, your budgets would be, you'd have more on the board.
We have a higher budget allocation, if you will, if we have more students
Mhm.
or less. But when it comes to making decisions, we're one decision out of 6. In the existing South Shore vote tax.
That's correct, and you could have the same arrangement here.
Right.
It could be half and half, even though you have more kids. So, you know, and we're stuck between this political storm of, do we do it, do we not do it, does it make sense to do it, can we save money? And the answers to that, yeah, we can save money, no question about it. But then you have to analyze whether or not saving that money is worth giving up, you know, some decision authority on certain matters, like focus on as a community as to whether or not that is something you want to do. I have my own thoughts.
Okay, well, right, shall we, and anything else about, so we've talked about the meetings, we're gonna figure out whether Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, we'll figure that out, we'll let you know, you'll send us, you know, a schedule. What is that one? Okay.
If you send me the days you decide, if it's
Yeah, we'll do
Wednesday and
that.
Thursday,
We'll do that
I
before
would,
the end.
I would recommend Wednesday and Thursday, but it's entirely up to you. It can be Tuesday
Okay.
and Wednesday, so you'd have the weekend to relax, kick your feet up, and watch some football. I just want to go over the cherry sheet numbers that came out today, so that our residents know where we stand, if that's all right.
John, as a quick, just to educate, because we have some new, can you just give a quick, what's a cherry sheet?
And why it's called the cherry sheet.
Yeah, the cherry sheet, it was a reddish, light reddish paper that it was printed on, and they just nicknamed it the cherry sheet. And that's, what's
Mr. Cherry didn't start the sheet. Not believe in anything you tell me.
Color of the,
it was the color of the
Don't believe
paper
her.
in which
Never
the
again.
local aid numbers were initially printed on, and they just called it the cherry sheet because it looked red. And it's stuck ever since, so, we have not received an increase in the last 3 years in local aid numbers. So even though our costs are increasing in certain ways, whether driven by increases in material and expenditures, our local aid numbers have not increased in the last 3 years that I'm aware of. And this year is no exception. The the governor's numbers are providing $7,244,034. That number hasn't changed. Now, if I look at the overall Chapter 70A from FY12 to FY13, it went from 3.9 billion to 4.1 billion. So there has been an increase at the state level, but Abington is not seeing that increase, any increase in that area. Unrestricted local aid, which is aid that we can spend on anything that we, the town, feels suitable, has not changed as well. We are getting $1,543,567. Our charter school reimbursement is increased by $2,630, but where they giveth, they take it away. And if we go down to veteran benefits,
yeah, what's up with that?
I don't know, I'm gonna talk to Joe about it, because I'll tell you right now, I'm not too happy.
No.
It went from 49,000 down to 40, and you'll see in the the veterans budget that he's requesting an increase because more kids are coming back from Afghanistan and Iraq as the war in both countries begin to wind down. So we took a $9,000 hit in veteran benefits, even though we're spending more. It was a huge $36 increase.
Do we know they were going to be cutting that from there?
Well, this is proposed by the governor. This is the
Right,
governor's
this is just the
number.
governor's.
Yes. The huge $36 increase in state-owned land pilot program money because of Ames Knoll Park.
$36 more to run that, thanks.
Yeah. No, $36 more
I don't know.
dollars to us for having
it.
state-owned land in our boundary. That's what that means. And then, of course, we've got vets, blind, surviving spouses, and elderly exemptions. Went from $93,518 to $91,285, which is a reduction of $2,233. Now, these are the governor's numbers, so what that means is that we're receiving less overall. We are estimating an $11,000, almost $12,000 reduction in local aid over FY12.
That's a good question. Chad just asked whether we expect to have Jeff Deal come in to speak with us. Is there
Well, I
any
mean,
plan?
I think it would
We
be a
can
good
reach
idea. We can bring him in, we'll bring him in at the Board of Selectmen meeting. Sure, I think we can
I
bring
mean,
him in.
Alan used to come in. Alan McCarthy used to
Alan
come
used to
in.
come in,
Yeah.
yeah, quite a bit.
Quite a bit.
Yeah.
To us, just.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Now, the
just
second,
even just pop in.
the second page is even more interesting, because while our local aid numbers from the state remain the same, or a little bit lower, there has been $105,000 increase in assessments from the state to the town of Abington.
And I'm stating the obvious here. This is what we have to pay, just for those of you who are listening.
Where are the increases? Mosquito control, those little creatures cost us a little bit more money to get rid of,
And they don't spray.
and they
Yeah,
don't
it's not like
spray.
they're spraying. That's-
That's what they did with it.
Yeah. Well, that's gonna change.
We
'cause
spray
I'm
it
gonna-
somewhere,
We
just not-
have
They'll
to ask
still-
them to come and spray.
We
They're
have.
still doing that.
Like for the movie nights and stuff, but they don't like overall, they don't come and do an overall spray.
No, but
they
I'm gonna
probably
ask them, I'm gonna request them and demand that they do an overall spray, particularly in the Allen Grove area and where we have our bodies of water, but, wherever residents request. that we
Also,
spray.
it's the fields.
Because if I'm gonna pay $4,000 more, I want more service. We, motor vehicle, non-renewal surcharge, is down this year from last year, about $680. But you will see that, and also, and I thought, the MBTA charge to cities and towns cannot increase by more than 2.5%. And so that kind of controls how much they can increase. And we know that the MBTA is running huge deficits, and they have nowhere to collect the money. We're thinking, oh my God, it's gonna increase, significantly. And then I look back at the legislation, and it can only go up 2.5%, but in our case, it's going down by, $4,228. On the other end, our regional transportation is going up, and that is because we are demanding more of them in services. We are going to get a larger bus from the Regional Transportation Authority to transport our seniors, so we don't need the two vans that we have, and our van drivers have to be CDL certified. And so that, we're working on that piece. I'm not quite sure how successful we're going to be with getting them certified. We may end up having to hire some CDL van drivers. Excuse me. Our school choice sending tuition for FY13 went from $35,000 to $101.
There's more kids are participating, or
Others that are going out.
right.
$66,500. Charter school sending tuition is up $34,000. Those two numbers alone equate out to over $100,000 in the $105,000 of our charges. And we're down in our students. If they're going out of district, or we're sending them out to school choice and to charter school, a lot of that has to do with, the issues we've had in the past between, with, we don't have enough money, and, all of the school budgets and the cuts and so forth. And I don't think we're alone in that category. But out of the $100,000 of the $105,000 increase is in school choice tuition and in charter school sending tuition. Both are out-of-district costs to us, where our students are going out of district, and we have to pay that charge.
And just to be clear, this is not when somebody goes to Norfolk Aggie. This is not when someone goes to, I'm just kind of saying
That's
that,
correct.
just South Shore Tech. Those are within our district, I believe, if you will. This is something else.
Yeah.
Is that
This is when a parent says, I'm not sending my child to Abington School, and we're sending not Holbrook, to
School has
Duxbury.
school choice.
School choice school.
I just wanted to say, this has nothing to
those numbers are set.
RMD non-renewable surcharge, I know we're getting assessed less than prior years. You know what that's all about? Non-renewal of, I don't understand.
Where is it?
Motor vehicles.
I know it's
but,
registered motor vehicles, non-renewal surcharge.
I think that this is the give back. In other words, we charge somebody X number of dollars for a vehicle that they don't no longer own, and they don't come in and tell us that they've either sold the car, junked it, got rid of it, or whatever. And so there's a certain amount of that money that we have to give back.
You're supposed to tell you that?
Yeah.
Supposed to tell you guys that?
Yeah, you can get an adjustment on your excess.
Yeah.
It may be more. No, it won't be more.
Get a
You
car sitting
end up getting, if you buy a new car, you get a new excise, but if you get rid of the old one, you can bring your plate return to the assessor's office.
Yeah, and this is a charge that is given back to us, so that we have to pay to the state as a result of that transaction.
And just to make one more note about this, because we're talking about the local aid estimates, this again is based on the governor's
That's
issue
correct.
budget, and just so for others to know, is also, we're expecting also that there will be a Senate
Well, there's
version
gonna be a
at some
House
point.
and a Senate.
House
so
and
there's
a Senate,
two
and then
other
there's a
versions
committee,
and a joint
and
committee. The important one that we talked about Monday night was, when are we gonna get the consensus budget,
the final,
not the
final
House,
estimates.
where they come out with a resolution that basically says, these are the numbers you're gonna use, and we've come to a decision. I don't expect that until sometime April or May. Now, there was some discussion with the board as to whether or not they wanted to go ahead with the financial budget in April. I'd love to get it over with, to be very honest with you, sooner rather than later, if the numbers don't change. If the House numbers come out pretty close to the governor's number, I think that there's gonna be a consensus budget sooner rather than later. If the House looks at the numbers, and they say the governor, as they have in the past, he's off his rocker, he's commenting on revenue that we can't possibly meet, that consensus budget may be pushed out. So, over the next couple of months, we should be prepared to go to town meeting with a pretty final budget in April, if we can. But that's gonna be driven by, good solid numbers. But if the numbers aren't gonna change much between the governor's number and the House number, we may want to, take the House number and go with that number. Which should be out by mid-March to the end of March.
What's happened in the past few years when the governor comes out with his, does it go up or down when it gets to the House?
Well, and then,
Two or three years
unfortunately, it's
history.
gone down. But in my years of experience, the governor's numbers were always the more conservative numbers. Because he looks at the revenues, they're looking at the revenue piece up front sooner than the House or the Senate. And so as they look at these revenue numbers, they're usually very conservative because they don't know what's going to happen. They don't have a full read on the revenue until later in the cycle. So his numbers are usually more conservative. But what this governor has done is either started programs or has looked at ways in which he could generate revenue to the budget that helps supplement some of these expenditures that he wants to add to the budget, whether it's Chapter 70 or some of the other stuff. In his budget, he's proposing layoffs at the executive level, 400 or so. Wow, that's, if we had 400 layoffs, we can close town hall and the school department and go home. Don't have to worry about anything. But God bless him if you can lay off 400 people and not feel it. But who knows? I don't know where he's going with his budget. So
Does the assessment change or just the aid?
the assessment can go up or it can go down depending upon how much they want to take from aid to commit to expenditures here to lower the city and town's assessments. But our assessments are pretty straightforward. 100,000 of that is these school choice assessments, tuition down. People, that kids that were once going to Mansfield are now going to another school, whether it's a charter school or a school choice school.
So that one's pretty sad. When you know the count of the kids. And
It's not a good sign. But I think, and I think as far as the school is concerned, I think we've turned the corner, and we're on the mend. And I think that, that's, the next couple of years is gonna be very critical as to what we do with the schools. And I think one of the more critical aspects of what we do with the schools is if we're gonna build a new school. If we're not gonna build a new school, then I think you can expect that these numbers are gonna stay where they are, or they're gonna increase. Which means that you're gonna pay more money to educate your kid out of, the town is gonna spend more money, not the parent. The town is gonna spend more money that could be going to our kids in our school system, to other school districts as a result. So, and I don't think we've built a new school since the 1960s. June and Wally Cleaver were still on TV.
Still put the windows up and down with those big sticks. Remember
The
those?
Frill, it was 1937.
I had a class in the coat closet. Remember these coat closets next to
Oh, yeah.
the classrooms there? We had those.
Now it's,
Yeah.
now it's a classroom, right?
Yeah, up at
Yeah,
the back of
closet.
the.
It's a narrow classroom.
Yeah.
All right, okay, well, that's a good start to understanding the cherry sheets and local aid estimate. Okay, that and that. So did we want to get into any of these budgets tonight?
I would like to talk a little bit about some of the budgets that I have gone through. The first one, we'll look a little bit at police, if you want, just briefly.
Give me 5 minutes to find it. That's not it. It's gonna be one of these big ones. You have it. On fire. I assume it has a staple on it.
No, you gotta go through, you don't have it organized like the rest of us.
I don't
the
yet.
list of-
Yeah,
It
but
is a
you
staple
will.
though.
Maureen,
I will.
hi, Maureen.
Hey, I just got it.
I know.
No, I just got my
I'm
book.
I know.
I'm sorry they weren't here last week. It was,
Well, if we
You
had
guys
had
keep
binders
going, go
last
ahead,
week,
I'll
we would've
find it.
all
I'll catch
organized
I
tonight.
know.
Wait till
My
next
fault.
week, man.
I apologize.
We won't meet next week. Don't- he's not gonna be here. All right, well, go ahead, keep going, I'll find it.
I'm trying to find sewer. I have one of them this week. See,
It's
we're all
probably found
scrambling.
sewer.
Good way.
Library. I found police.
There you go. I knew you would.
I knew I would too. It's not. What's the other one we were looking for? You just said sewer? I found sewer too. See? See, I don't need a big book to find it.
Well, we can do, let's start with police for a second, and then I want to go to fire.
Because you only found so.
Because I found sewer, right.
Yeah.
I
Well, then
saw
we'll do
fire in
sewer.
here too.
Okay, now we're gonna-
I found it.
We are looking at, before I get into the line items here, I think there's a couple of things that we want to do, if we have the resources to do it. These are not, would not be considered priorities within the budget, but would be something that we would like to do. We have reestablished a civil defense line item in the police department budget. We didn't do that in FY '12 for some reason. There were a couple of issues with the FY '12 budget, and there should have been a $3,000 slot. I think what we ended up doing is putting it in another portion of the budget, and the chief wasn't aware that it was there. He thought it was completely cut. And so put it back in his budget, but what we are proposing, would like to propose to do, is to increase it from 3 to 5, so that we can apply for a civil defense matching grant for another 5, so we can get $10,000. Now, if we get the $10,000, we'll begin to buy the cots and the pillows and the blankets, so that if we really have a natural disaster, we can house people somewhere, because, in the gymnasium or the auditorium, we don't have an auditorium, but a gymnasium at one of the schools, particularly the high school. The problem with the high school gym is that it's the generator is not equipped to run everything. So it's a limited amount of lights that can be on.
Dim lights.
Yeah, very
Yeah.
dim. Yeah. Almost, if you had any Frank Sinatra, at night it would be great. With the dim lights, but unfortunately,
It's not sufficient
it's
to
not
have
sufficient, and that's
people
another thing that we
stay.
have to work on. Generators of that magnitude are gonna cost $500,000. And unless we get a very rich benefactor, that's something we're not gonna do right away. So, that's one item that we'd like to do.
So that 3,000 is in this existing budget, it's been
If you
replenished?
look,
Okay.
if you look at the second page,
Sorry.
I'm sorry, the third page. I'm sorry, the fourth page.
See, it's not easy.
Oh, maybe the fifth page. Oh, no. You'll see the 3,000, you'll see the 3,000 right at the end, civil defense.
Oh, I got it,
Down the
see,
bottom.
absolute last line.
Yeah.
Okay. Got it, so that's putting that back in there, which was not there last year.
That's correct. It was in another portion of the budget.
Yep.
So
Okay. Yeah,
they want to bump it up to 5 and then match it, the other 5 for extra supplies. It goes just for supplies, blankets, pillows,
and cots,
and cots.
right, which we're gonna need up here.
So,
We can use the cots and blankets up here, when we have these long marathon meetings.
4 lines above that includes civil defense.
I'm sorry?
4 lines up from that, or 5 lines up, the description of the narrative also includes civil defense.
that 12,500?
Yeah.
Maybe that's what-
No. What, are you talking about, there's 2 capital items, well, unfortunately, this is in, civil defense is in the wrong place. We stuck it at the end of the budget, where the capital portion of the budget is. If you'll notice, replacement of 2 cruisers, so we're back to a 2-cruiser rotation replacement for the police department. And then the prior year explanation needs to be eliminated. It's actually 3,000 for emergency, which is separate from the capital portion of the budget. It should be in the operating budget for the police department. Because in our charter, I think the police chief is the civil defense coordinator,
But no, but
emergency manager.
yeah,
No, he's asking,
I'm sorry.
if you start down at the bottom where it says communications,
Mhm.
go up to other property-related services, then electricity, then capital budget, then see where it says expense. Follow that over, you get 12,500, follow it over, 12,500, follow it over to the narrative, includes civil defense.
Okay.
That's what he's asking.
I don't believe that the expense of 12,500. What happened last year was we had an overall expense line item of $12,500, which included civil defense. And it's contradicting what I said earlier. We then took that, this was last year's language that has been left in.
okay.
So it doesn't apply this year, because what we did is we got rid of it's showing a request for 12,513, but that number would be reduced by 3,000.
Because
So,
it had
because-
included the civil defense.
That's correct.
And now if you exclude the civil
Okay.
defense and back
So
that
maybe it
out.
would be 9,500-ish.
That's correct.
And back to the 3,000 for civil defense, do we expect to see in this budget that it will be 5,000 or the 3,000 and we hope to get a grant for 2? Or do we have to put it at 5 in order to apply for the grant?
It has to be at 5 in order to apply for the grant. It's a matching grant, it's
Got it.
50/50. So if we get the grant for 5,000, we have to come up with the other 5.
Got it.
So whether or not we can do that as we look at our numbers and the expenditure portion of the budget to see if we can afford to do that.
Okay, so that's sort of a hope on the wish list. Okay, thanks.
Because this year we're up to 1820 for 35-hour a week personnel, you'll see that on the first page, going back to the first page of the long sheet budget, there are two 1827 35-hour positions in the budget. They're pretty closely aligned to each other. As you can see, look at the number of hours and the percent of salary, and go down till you get to 1827, and you'll see that that number should be 1820. We're rounding out the fiscal year so that, you know, if people are paid for the full year, in order to do that, it's going to 1820. Last year was 1827. To get paid for the full year, it's just part of the calendar year when the fiscal year ends and begins, or the new fiscal year begins and the old one ends. The number of hours to equate that out is 1820. Last year was 1827. Same thing is true for employee number 5012. That is 1820. Now you'll see that there is some reclassification as a step 1 administrative clerk article, and we're not doing 2A, but if we look at what those numbers are, the reclassification of those numbers, he is requesting, and I don't know if we can afford to do it, is to look at bringing copies of the same three sheets. It's, I think that they're gonna look, maybe they're gonna look to increase the salary, reclassify the position, because the administrative clerk is now issuing all the licenses. At one point in time, the licenses used to be issued by a full-time police officer. We are now adding some duties and responsibilities to the administrative clerk's position. They're doing and collecting and doing the licenses and the background information for each of the candidates applying for firearms or any other license that is issued by the police department. And so they want to reclassify that position. I will get those numbers to you. I do have them. I don't have the email with me. He just provided that information to me, I think, either yesterday or today.
So that would result in that salary increase?
Right, but the salary, we may not be able to, it's going to depend upon, the salary portion of the budget is going to depend upon how much money we actually save on healthcare.
From plan design.
From plan design. If we save a good amount of money, we will look at making some of those salary adjustments, as I've indicated to you before. Most of the educational incentive is either the Quinn bill. The town now pays the entire Quinn bill cost, where it was reimbursed at one point. As you can see, in FY10 it was 108, FY11 it was 101. There must have been a layout of an officer or so. And in FY12 it's 112.5, and in FY13 it's proposed at 112.5. The town is paying 100% of that Quinn bill cost now, contractually. And you will see what those numbers mean. 10% means that they have an associate's degree. 20% means that they have a bachelor's degree. 25% means they have a master's degree. And you will see what those costs are based on salary, on base salary. And this also is calculated into overtime and everything else. There are, the new hires as of a certain date for police are no longer plain bill eligible. And as you look at these numbers even further, you'll see some numbers for shift differential. And the number of hours that he is figuring for officers, and you'll see that deputy chief and 6 officers are eligible for shift differential, and 9 officers are eligible, and you see that what those numbers break out to, 27,000 on 225. And then you have holiday. And holiday will list out for you the percent of hours and how much each police officer will get in holiday pay.
And it looks as though on these, the numbers have been carried over from 2012 budget to 2013. That's part of it.
You're right, and the reason why that's the case, these numbers would change if there was a percentage increase in salary, but there hasn't been. So there has been no base salary increase, which these numbers are then
Based
calculated
upon the
from.
rate anyway.
So if we give a 2% raise, we also have to consider that in that 2% raise would be a percentage increase based on holiday pay and all the rest. So that would increase. If we give a 3% increase, they get 3% in holiday
Figured
pay.
into your shift or into,
And shift differential is the same. Going further down, you got holiday pay. And that's part of the chief says that there's new holiday pay to be held, taken at any point during the fiscal year. The chief anticipates this will increase his overtime costs. In this line item, as officers will take time off at time and 1/2. And that's, I think at this point, they have spent, in the specialist stipend, they have spent approximately $18,000 to, if you look at the FY12 category, actual year to date, they have spent approximately, in specialist stipend, $18,298. And it's broken down as to how that's spent and what they're proposing for the next fiscal year. Firearm specialists, firearm stipend, fitness stipend, and other such stipends are calculated for each court prosecutor stipend.
John,
Yeah.
what is the firearms stipend?
They have to certify for the officers trained, and this is a stipend for the officers to trainer. But they, and you'll see in this budget further into the budget that they're also paying for shoots, daytime shoots, nighttime
I
shoots.
saw the ammunition charges.
Ammunition is
Yeah,
another
range
portion
fees.
of this, range fees, another, it's a cost for them to shoot in Brown.
and John, those are probably contract stipulated.
These are all driven by contract.
A lot of it's mandatory, shoot on state, federal.
Which they don't pay for.
Contract or regulatory. Either.
Yeah, you have to
usually
shoot
it's-
so many
yeah.
times a year.
And you have to shoot at night. And they have tasers now, so the tasers are, maybe if we just taser people, it would be a lot easier. According to the chief, there were 3 times in which the tasers were, separate instances, where the tasers were pulled, and the individual complied. Now, if we
Before or
didn't have
after the taser was pulled?
well,
It was
pulled
actually
out of
used
the
on him?
holster. No,
Okay.
it was pulled out of the holster. Prior to use, they,
Person said no.
thank you, but no thank you. And
Good, so it's-
before we had tasers, the only alternative was to draw your pistol. And believe it or not, according to the chief, people would tend to react to an individual, which could have resulted in a shooting. But because of the tasers, we've been able to prevent that next step.
We've all seen the YouTube videos of tasers.
I think a lot of the
That's
people,
enough right there.
a lot of the people probably watched Hangover 2.
Yes. It's a deterrent, we'll put it
It
that
is,
way.
yes, it is. So,
That was good, anything that settles someone down, that's good.
Now, we're looking at, when we look at vacation, the total vacation line, number is 107,390.85 plus 5,000 vacation up above that number and 2848. When you add those together, it comes out to 15,745.57. Then there's 86,897 in sick time, sick leave. And court time is approximately 55,000. It's 1,440 hours. Department average is approximately 120 hours a month. And if you look over into the year-to-date column, you'll see that a lot of that money has not been spent at this point, and he expects that as the season picks up, it will, there will be additional expenditures from the line.
Chuck, can I quickly just go back to sick time for a second? In reading the narrative here, I mean, it talks about how last year sick time was underestimated. Is this one of the things where we talked about, remember we talked about most of the budgets, they had always kind of estimated sick time at like 100%? I'm trying to remember what we did last year. I don't know if it was specific to the police department, but we kind of like said, well, not everybody's sick 100% of the time. Did some sort of adjusting. So now he's adjusting back up to a more realistic number, which increases that.
Well, the sick time will not be, this is incentive, so this is the sick time incentive number contractually.
Oh, this is
Or
what
sick-
we pay for people who
Are you
actually
looking
don't.
at the sick
I'm
leave?
looking at,
86,000?
Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry, okay.
Yeah, it was, in the past, it's been like 60,000, 72,000. We did something we estimated 72 last year. It had, but it was underestimated, so now he's
Well,
saying
if you
I
look at what
underestimated.
if you look at what he has spent year-to-date,
Yeah,
he's
38
at
times 2.
38, almost 39. And that's at 5 months into the budget.
Yeah,
So you can extract, he'll be a little short, so what he's doing is increasing to 86, and that looks to be about
Okay.
right.
all right, so, yeah, okay, so it wasn't anything that I was comparing it to something that we did, I think, in the town budgets, which was, talking about people.
What we did was we took and lumped that into
We
one
lumped that into like,
number,
right, as opposed to doing sick time in every
in every
individual
department,
budget.
and if they don't use it, it doesn't make sense. So what we did is we lumped them in and we said, okay, 50% of the time, this is gonna happen, so we reduced that number by 50%.
That's what we did last year. It has nothing to do with this then. Okay. I was trying to remember what we did last year and whether that was impactful to this budget, and it's not, so. Didn't mean to go off the rails there. But I understand what he did there, I just was wondering what the number was all about, so. Taking what he's used so far this year in
Yeah.
real numbers, and then extrapolating that
He's
out
saying
to what it's
60%
gonna
of
be.
the time,
Got it.
he's estimating 60% of the time, people will be using sick time
Thank you.
in some form or another. Then we went, then uniform allowance is contractual, as you can see. Electricity is at 39,000. He's only, if you look at the number, he's only spent 14,000. In-service training, he's very aggressive on training, and I support that. He's at 49,014. He's requesting 59 again this year. Building repair and maintenance, he spent 7,726.24 today. He had 8,000 in the FY12. He's going to 10,000 in the FY13 budget. Do you see how this works and how you can look at the estimate and kind of like extrapolate out what the potential is for expenditure at the end of the fiscal year? At some point, he's at 13,000 for radios. He spent 13,131.20 today, and he's asking for 13 this year. The teletype is at 28,000. He spent 24,375. You'll certainly spend that. Other purchase services is broken down into cleaning, computer cavalry, which is not anything to do with General Custer. ATC, mechanical contractors, these are all related to building maintenance and upkeep. LexisNexis, had nothing to do with the Lexus car at all. This is a technology piece that he's decided to eliminate in the FY13 budget, but you'll see that there is a significant increase from the 39.7. He wants 56,610 for FY13. Below that, gas and oil. I have sent out an email based on what we figured to be a percentage use increase for next fiscal year, FY13. We figure that to be a 6% increase for FY13. And that number, he had 49,000 in FY12. He's at 37,000, and he has another bill which will take him to 46. So he may or may not. I don't think he's going to reach the $49,000 number. But then again, when we made these estimates out about fuel, it was before Egypt fell. It was before Muammar Gaddafi and unrest and skyrocketing gas and oil prices, which have not gone down. And so we're looking at an overall 6% increase this year. And vehicle supplies, he's at 20,000. As we begin to increase the rotation of cars, the fleet will become newer for a shorter period of time, which means that hopefully that number will be sufficient for FY13, because he replaced 3 cars in FY12. He's replacing 2 cars in FY13, and there'll be a 2-car rotation thereafter. So he'll be back into a good rotation for frontline vehicles.
How many vehicles are there?
I don't know. He's got detective cars. Well, he's got unmarked cars. I want to say maybe 24, 25, but I'm not really sure. Maybe that's high.
That might be
About 15.
15, I was thinking.
15.
Yeah.
We can find out.
I know.
We did last.
And sometimes you have seize cars that
Oh, yeah, he
they're allowed to
uses the
use.
seizures, yeah. Yeah,
They seize for drug deals or something. They come to the department.
So for you riding around in an Infiniti or a Lexus,
Stakeouts or something.
we seized it. Great cars.
I don't think
Get
they're
an
any good.
Escalade.
They're not that good.
Remember, the drug dealers use them.
Yeah.
Not the best cars.
Well, they get smart. They don't drive the good ones.
They probably
so-
have a high octane number. One other item, the auxiliary police we've been talking about, the auxiliary police, and we have 5 officers, and we're replacing for 5 officers annually, supplies, and that number was at 5,000. He's asking for 94,25. And the reason why is, I think, as new officers come on and others go off, that's more, that department, that portion of the department is very fluid. If people want to become auxiliary police officers, and as we look at accreditation, which we think we're going to get this year, we have to do psychological profiles. So, and that's $850 a pop. So, there's a cost for that, and so there's also a cost to equip them. And within that 9425 number is an $850 charge per psychological. So he'll be doing a number of psychologicals as well. I think I might take that. Let's see how
Not to the tune of $850 you want.
You'll be selling that iPad.
Might not want to know what the results of that are, though.
Wait till after budget season.
Yeah. Any questions on this? He's got 30 radios, he wants to, yeah, he's got 30 radios that I want him to begin to start to replace. And so we're gonna work on radios and computers. He thinks that he could be able to look at doing that using some of the seizure money, not seizure money, the fine money.
Ticket money.
Yeah, ticket money. So,
John,
he's looking to continue that, and wants to also replace the floors at the dispatch.
One thing I was noticing, and maybe this has been covered previously.
Chad, I cannot.
One thing I'd been noticing, I don't know if you already covered this when I stepped out for 2 minutes, is the difference between the salaries for 12 and 13. They all seem to be $200 or $300 lower this year.
And the reason for that is the way we calculate, the difference is when the fiscal year ends and when our pay period ends. And
Okay.
if there is an overlap, we have to make up for that
So it's
payout
just a matter of
fiscal year.
hours.
And it's a matter of hours. This year, it's 1820, and so you'll see a lower
Okay.
number. If you're
Versus
still
the
working
1827
full-time,
I stepped in at the end.
you may see a difference of 3 to 4 or 5 minutes.
Okay.
Is that because it's a leap year? Is it one extra?
I think it has to do with when the fiscal year ends.
it's the weeks, it's
An extra day.
52.1 or 2.2 weeks.
And like, if it's 52.4, 52.5, that's where you'll see the increase. And it calculates out to when the fiscal year ends and when our pay period ends. And if there's an overlap, they have to pay the difference in that overlap within the fiscal year in which it.
Okay. And it's the same thing at 5, so that explains it when I was getting it.
You'll see that throughout the budget for all the departments.
So overall, kind of jumping from the details to the,
Yeah, now if you look at, and this is a good part of it, you look at the,
page 2.
page 2, if you look at the police department, page 2, you'll see that the increase for police, the 2100 line item, is 4.3%.
No, isn't it? Oh, yeah, 4.3%. Yep,
Okay.
because it's the top line, the 2100
Right,
go
yeah.
across. The big page.
Well, the big page, little
The
page,
little page.
little page.
Second
They don't
page.
have your stuff. It's a whole bunch of line.
John, what were we changing?
I'm sorry, the budget increase for police department, the total budget increase is 4.3%. It increased from 2,616,602.63, and he's proposing 2,729,175.06. And that equates out to a 4.3% increase.
And another thing, on police and fire budgets, you have 3 shifts, so it's like doing 3 payrolls. You have 8 to 4, 4 to 12, and 12 to 8. And it's all in a 7-day period. So it's, to actually understand the budget and how it works is kind of mind-boggling sometimes.
If you're not used to it, it really is,
It is.
it's not simplistic, it's not
Yeah.
easy.
You know,
And then add overtime, vacation, and sick
overtime
time,
is
shift.
usually a
Well,
week behind.
Right,
Install
don't forget,
is
it's a
crazy.
24/7 operation, so if you've got a 5-man, you got a 4 men on the road, and 2 call in sick, you gotta at least replace 1 or 2 of them, or you'll have 1 person on the road, and sometimes that happens, you know?
It's a lot of moving parts.
And you have to backfill the positions, so. Okay. Now, we'll go to fire. Now, the fire budget is an interesting situation. There's a lot of things occurring here. We have, let's go things that I want to point out to you in the fire budget that I became aware of during the fiscal year in FY12. As you remember, in the FY12 period of time, we had put together a two-way proposal of who we were going to fund. And we had, to my knowledge, we had not put all those numbers into the budget that we had a two-way article. And some of the numbers ended up in the budget and some of them did not. We caught some of them and took them out, and some of them we didn't catch. And I'll go over this in more of a detail for you. As you go down the fire budget, I'll pay attention to two numbers. One is the chief's number in FY12 was $95,358.96. We agreed to start him at $95,000. 6 months into the program, I was going to evaluate his progress and propose a salary increase or an adjustment. That adjustment was never budgeted for at that particular time. The chief that was in the department and left in his last 3 years received a 10, 10, and 10. The average increase the average salary for police chiefs in this area is somewhere around $130,000 to $135,000 a year. We will show you those salary amounts. We are proposing $120,000 for the chief this year. It's a hefty increase, but I think that based on what he has done with the department and how progressive that department has become, I think that is comparable to where he should be, as far as police chiefs are concerned in the area. Now that number may or may not be adjusted. Fire chief, I'm sorry, I said police chief.
Yeah. Said it twice.
Said it twice. I meant fire chief. And so this number is in there. Let's see if it stands. If it doesn't, we'll come back with a different number. We do expect to have a savings from health insurance, and some of that money I would like to use for salary adjustments along the way. There was one salary adjustment in this budget that I was aware of being in the 2A budget, but not in the actual budget. And that was the administrative assistant, executive assistant. And that number that's what she's being paid. There is going to be the chief wants to submit an article for another $7,500 increase, not increase, but back pay or
Adjustment?
no. What did he say it was? Retroactive.
Like
okay.
a retro, yeah.
And
retro pays.
I have to talk to him about that. That's what he's proposing. Not quite sure if that's obviously is something we're going to be able to do. But that number should have been disclosed to you last year, although when I became aware of it and found out that it was in the budget, when I thought it was in 2A, we were 4 months or 5 months into the fiscal year, so I didn't know it was there and it was appropriated, and we ended up paying that money out to the executive assistant, who's been there for like 32, 33 years or something like that. So I think her number is where it should be, and I don't think there's any further increases that are going to be proposed in that line item. I just wanted everyone to know that, because I wasn't aware of it at the time the budget was passed. I thought it was part of Article 2A, and somehow it wasn't removed from the budget. It was put in both places, and we caught some of them, and the finance team, I don't think, we didn't catch this one. We spend in overtime, I just want you to write this number down, $583,169 in overtime, which consists of if you look at the 5130 number, line item name number, all the way down, 5130 is all overtime. And you will see what that overtime is for. Mechanic hours, a SAFE program, grades K through 12, pre-K and kindergarten, fire alarm system work. Some of that money will be eliminated in overtime as we go to a radio frequency system. We are now still using a telegraph type ticker, what is it called, Morse code
The
call.
breaker thing.
Yeah, actually, we purchased that from the city of Newton, remember that? I couldn't believe it.
And the wiring, I think, too. Didn't they get it from, didn't he say like the wire that runs this whole thing was bought in like 1930 or 40 from the city of Newton?
Yeah, 1930, 1940. It was a great savings back then, but it's obviously, it's costing us more money to upkeep, so we want to go. And you'll see in the warrant, on the warrant, you'll see bylaw changes to change out the current call system, the current radio box system to a radio frequency system, which would mean that the new businesses have to purchase this new radio frequency. We're going to give them a couple of years to do that. We have to appropriate money for the town to change out our boxes that we have, but there's a good ending to all of this, and that is when we get all those boxes in, we're going to put them on muni bid. People all over the country are going to bid. There's fanatics that will bid hundreds of dollars, if not thousands of dollars for these boxes. It's crazy. And you know, that's something we're going to put on muni bid and try to recoup some of the costs that the town would expend on these boxes.
And are we allowed to do that, like as a town?
We sold,
You know?
I know, it's
Stone.
just,
It's like
Stone.
eBay for
It's like eBay.
municipal items.
Boston's got their fireboat up there if you're interested.
oh yeah, you can buy their fireboat, that boat
Put
that,
it in the
Nice
grove
to see that.
yeah, we can put it in the Grove
and put a restaurant.
for tricentennial. But it's legal, we can do it, and Stoney had a truck that was in really bad shape, had a cracked frame, has to all be disclosed, everything has to be disclosed. I think he got $4,100 for it. You kidding me? If we put it in a local contractor would have bid it, paid $500 or $600, and would have won the bid. So we're making some money, which is good on our old equipment. It has to be declared surplus, and we go through that whole surplus process with them.
Who's gonna manage that? Posting them and shipping them and packaging them?
Oh, no, it's very simple. We post it on, it's very simple to post on, it's like you would post anything on Craigslist or whatever. They're responsible to come pick it up, cart it away. It's all in the, it's all,
Come to the fire station at 3 o'clock.
yeah, come in.
Cash.
You know, they'll set up a time, come pick it up. We sold a car, a police cruiser, that had no doors on it, half a motor,
No tires.
no tires, $1,500, $1,800 I think it was. It's crazy. People bid on things
We'll buy anything.
for whatever, yeah. And if you really, and what happens sometimes is you get hooked on it. Every day you go and check and see who's bid what. Because you're interested, you want to see if it's going up or down. And at the last minute, there's a flurry of bids, and it goes up to a really ridiculous
Stay
number.
by. I'll buy something out.
Have you?
Not there, even. Just as bad.
Muni bid, you can go on and buy a muni bid. It's a great way of getting rid of surplus items, and you get really, I think Stone said it was 1,200 views, or 1,300 views on the truck that he sold.
Great. John, quickly about overtime, because we have, is it 2 or 4? How many new firefighters are coming on?
Well, they're not new, they're replacing some, there's 2 new,
Yeah.
and there's 3 replacements,
Do,
a total of 5. We had the pinning Monday night, I don't know if anyone saw it.
that,
Oh, it was great.
Video,
Men in uniform, I thought you'd be trying to help me.
you videoed that, it's all,
It's on.
I think there's probably video.
Yeah, you can catch it, yeah.
We'll catch it. My question though was about, since we have those guys coming on, do we think that we're gonna maybe see an adjustment down in overtime?
Well, I'd have
Over.
the chief explain that to you, because I think
Yeah.
that you need to know.
I know it's just a hot button that people tend to ask
Oh,
about.
it's a
so-
huge button. If we get to six-man shifts, that'll be the breaking point where you begin to see a drop-off in overtime. You're gonna see a drop-off in overtime at five-man for two reasons. One is that we're going to five-man shifts. And the second reason, more importantly, is that we don't have to call people in to man the radios when the station empties. We have
It's
the
going
whole
over
book
now,
deal.
right, that's,
Now, when you look at the increase in the total budget for the fire department, and those numbers, when you look at it at first blush, are pretty significant. It's going from 1.777 million to 1.989. It's an 11.9% increase. $100,000 of that is a dispatch at Hobart. I pay that $100,000 all year long, because you don't have to pay for health benefits, you don't have to pay for sick leave, vacation, you don't have to pay any of that. And because we have that coverage now, there'll be less times for callback, less times for overtime. So we're gonna monitor the overtime scenario of this in FY13 and see how well we make out with it.
thank you.
But when you look at that 580.89 number, it also includes sick leave, bereavement, in-service training as part of that total number. You have $101,430 alone of the 583 that's just dedicated to sick leave. Now that's up from 99,792. And sick leave can be anything from an officer injured on duty to somebody who's sick with the flu or whatever. The other big driver in that number is obviously vacation. Vacation is 162,288. And 101. That's 363 of the 583 alone. And a lot of it, there's a lot of and there's overtime. Now, for those smart reviewers, if you look at on page 1, 5130, overtime, you see a number of 162,
Right.
288.
That's where I was asking.
Okay, now turn the page.
Wait, you lost me.
On the first page,
Yeah.
right in the middle of the page.
Yeah,
There's
There's
a
a
number.
number of 162, 288 for overtime.
okay,
Now turn the page,
yeah.
and you see a number for vacation. That vacation number is 162, 288. It's not, it's a coincidence. That is not a duplicated number. That's a separate number. One is for sick, one is for vacation, and they just happen to be
The same number.
the same number this year. Now, there is some good news here. The good news is that we're gonna create another line item, 5319 number, for contract services for cooking company when people are injured on duty, they're going to look at the billing and everything that's paid out for procedures or whatever was done. And they're gonna monitor and get the person back to work as soon as possible. It's a $2,000 contract service, and I think it's something the chief wants to do, and I support it. I think it's gonna be a really good benefit to have.
$2,000?
Yeah. It'll be $53.19, it'll be Cook and Company, it'll be $2,000.
It's called Cooking Company? That's
Cook and Company,
Cooking,
C-O-O-K.
yeah.
Cooking too, I was gonna
Yeah,
ask.
Cook,
And Company.
and they were contractor.
They're gonna be monitoring the sick leave use, IOD use, encoding the bills on behalf of the town. Because in that, there's several thousands of dollars that we could save just in insurance premium alone on having bills properly coded for, that are IOD, going through a procedure that's work-related.
IOD?
Injured on duty.
Injured on duty, I'm sorry.
They'll work with insurance companies.
In the fire budget, you'll also see a proposed $480,000 ambulance fund offset. We're changing ambulance, the way we collect and the provider. We expect that by April, when all of our 5 firefighters are operational, that we're going to open Station 2 and run the second ambulance. So Station 2 is opening, which is a good thing.
Yes.
Second ambulance will be running, and additional receipts will be, we expect an additional $100,000 to $120,000 in receipts from the second ambulance.
Good.
I'll caution you that we're gonna try to stabilize that number and try to reduce it if necessary, because in the next year or two, we're gonna need to purchase a new ambulance, and I wanna be able to do it from the excess in ambulance receipts. We're also gonna go before the Board of Selectmen and change the reimbursement percentages. Because right now, we're subsidizing the insurance companies by not having the proper percentage of reimbursement. And it's also gonna increase our revenue. And I believe that we're going to opt out of the Blue Cross and Blue Shield contract, which is costing us money, which would then, I think, bring in another $25,000 or $30,000 that we're not collecting at this point.
John, when do you see that happening?
Probably by July of the new
By the
fiscal year.
beginning of the fiscal year? Both things, that opting out and the changing the percent of reimbursement?
Yeah, and as well as the vendor. We did an RFP on the vendor,
Yeah.
and it looks like the vendor, we had a meeting with the vendor and the finance team along with the town accountant, and it looks like it's gonna work out very well.
Great.
And I would imagine that those numbers, those revenue numbers would increase.
So we expect them, with this, aside from the billing revenue numbers and that type of thing, or maybe, I guess it's all together, running the second ambulance, we would expect to see an additional 100 to 120 annual increase. Annual revenue increase. Good, thanks.
Anything on fire?
One question. In addition, I was just looking at the bottom too, in addition to the increase in Chief Nuttall's salary that you're proposing, it's also another
Oh, there's-
$6,000 for
there's
tuition.
6,000.
6,000 for
He
tuition.
got that 6,000 as a firefighter.
Okay.
Yeah, so that, it's not an added cost, it's not an added cost, it was a cost, we just shifted it from the benefits, were educational incentive
Mhm.
below to
Okay.
up separate, I think it's in here for him separately. He received it when he was a captain.
Okay, so they just broke it out differently. Okay. And one other question, I know he mentioned that RFP for the roof. That's on your radar, isn't it? For the roof
That,
repair?
I'd love to get that out, I'm hoping to get it out in the next couple of weeks. I know it has to be done. Andy needs an antenna, but
Yeah.
the antenna's rusting out, and it probably won't make good stiff wind.
He was looking at, what, about $30,000 for that, I think he said.
30 grand.
But, yeah, 30 here, I think it was a little less.
I don't think
his
we're gonna
actual
have
bids,
enough for
but-
the roof. I think we're gonna be coming back at the special than the annual.
They appropriated some of that though at the special.
25 grand.
Okay.
For the roof,
Yeah, it's a prefab metal roof,
yeah.
but we have to pay prevailing wages because it's work on a public building. Welcome to Massachusetts unions.
Is the air conditioning on in here?
It's really cold.
It's freezing in here.
Is it cold?
It's
Yeah.
blowing cold in
It is.
I had to put the air conditioner on because I thought
Is
it would,
anyone else?
I thought I would be talking a lot. I got the heater. I thought I would be talking enough to heat the room up.
Evidently not.
Apparently I'm not.
We're gonna need Deb's heater.
Right, chief? It's a tough crowd.
We're right between two vents.
Right, yeah.
Just significantly further in here than this.
Yes, it is. It really is. And I don't know why, but let me tell you something. If I ever get some money to change this heating system, I'm gonna do it. It's the first thing I wanna do. It's like, we're wasting all kinds of energy.
John, what, if I can piggyback on your question, what is the delay in getting the roof done? Or at least finding out what the price
It's really my delay in the sense that I haven't gotten the RFP out. I'm still fighting with once I get the RFP out for the trash, which is really important right now. It affects a lot more people, in some respects. The roof is important, and that'll get done. I'll have it out. It'll probably be done in the springtime.
Isn't the highway looking for a roof too? Isn't theirs bad?
No, so I think we got some of that replaced when we had a windstorm. I yelled at the insurance companies long enough and hard enough. I think they replaced a good portion of the roof
Oh, good.
when there was wind damage. There was something that happened down there.
All right, so we good with fire for the moment, till we have them come in? All right, excellent, thank you.
Do you want to do another one, or 9 o'clock, is that enough?
It is 9 o'clock, what do you guys want to do? What were we gonna do, sewer or town? I mean, I'm okay either way if we want, what do you guys want to do? Beyond this, we're going to do, we're going to see if there's any liaison reports, we're going to approve minutes,
Still need to pick dates.
we're gonna pick a
for-
date.
Well,
Why don't we wrap up now?
Okay.
Are you guys okay with that? It's 9 o'clock. I gotta check the tape anyway, because I think they're 2-hour tapes.
I talked myself into obliviation.
All right, let's,
I'm pretty good at that.
all right, so are you, are you okay if we let John go for now?
Sure.
We're good with that? Okay, John, we will release the chains and let you go. And,
Oh, you know what I want to share with you? Okay, this is something, I'm not gonna have enough copies. I don't have enough copies, but I can't make copies.
can you email it to us?
Yeah, I'm gonna email it to you. It's an analysis of the breakdown of various scenarios in a percentage split on healthcare. How much it would save, just on the split, not talking about
Not
Not plan design.
Or GIC or.
Why don't you email it to us and then we'll have a chance to look at it without killing trees.
Yeah, I think the initiative that the board had set forth on the 60/40 split, as you'll see in this scenario, is very worth pursuing.
Thanks for going through that, and if you, I don't know, I'll try to send you an email tomorrow, so maybe we can jointly ask Jeff Deal to come in at some point.
Yeah, I'll
Not
put
that
a
it has
letter
to be-
together, get him in. He loves to come in and
No, I think he would
with
definitely come in.
Senator Keenan, they can talk about, I sent him, when I got the aid numbers,
Yeah.
I sent him one of my famous emails.
How long was it?
It was scathing enough for him to basically say, I agree with you, and I'm only one member, and I'm in a minority party, but I'll do the best I can to try to get additional. They had $940 million in additional revenue, and they spent it before it came in. They had it spent before it came in. And so what do we get? The same numbers in local aid that we had last year, and that was basically my rant and rave.
That's the point of the aid.
Yeah, sure, yeah, and that was terrible. How can you spend money you don't have in the bank?
And without looking at where the other need is.
Yeah. It's like Trader Joe's.
disparaging
You
Trader
know nothing
Joe's.
about that.
All right, well, thanks, John.
Thank you very
Okay.
much, John.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, John.
See you tomorrow
Thank
night.
you.
See you tomorrow night.
Yeah, okay.
It's a lovely,
So just a reminder, that's at 6:45 tomorrow night.
6:45.
Okay.
Oh,
Put that in my thing. 6:45.
the other thing I was to remind you of is the tricentennial.
Oh, this weekend, the
Yes.
trivia thing, are they still
You,
looking?
Oh,
They're still
yeah,
looking for teams?
yeah. They're expecting the team from the
We-
finance committee.
We've deferred multiple times saying that we can't seem to get, well, I can't say that we've definitively deferred. We've said,
They want us to wear, those green
on
shirts.
TV.
There's no difference in Abington politics. The tricentennial, it's a great
It's
event.
this Saturday
They're
night,
raising
though.
a ton of money. It's
Yeah.
really a fun time.
And any kind of competition is always fun, especially when it has to do with trivia. So,
And there'll be a lot of trivia on the historical aspects of that. That anyone over 95 to 110 would win.
Which Mr. Riley will have to recuse himself of.
Of course.
All right, John, thanks a lot.
Okay.
And we won't see you next week.
No, next
There's
week, I
a
haven't
very good
received it
chance
on
maybe
Monday.
we won't even meet next week. Yeah, good luck with whatever you're doing, and there maybe, we'll talk about this too, maybe we won't meet next week, because without you, it's hard to go over what's been. But I'm not trying to
Right,
prejudice the
but if
group.
you wanted, I might be able to do, I can't promise Thursday, but if you wanted to do Thursday. I'll be in on Thursday.
We could talk, yeah, we could maybe try to do that, all right. All right, well, good luck, thank you.
Thank you.
Which leads us right into that conversation. For those of you who are rather new, and for those of you who have been on the board before, when it gets into this time, and on the committee before, when it gets to this time of year, it does kind of get a little crazy, because we really will have, what, 4 weeks in, I get it, this, we'll basically have 4 Wednesdays in February, and 4 in March. And if, I have to back up into when we have to have our recommendations, and I'm not sure about that, but I would basically, we basically have like 8 Wednesdays, 8 or 9 Wednesdays or so to meet about all these things. And we do want to get the departments in, and that usually takes much of those 8 meetings. Having said that, it often works if we can have another meeting during the week, so we can kind of get these guys in and ask questions. And it's really imperative to have the department heads in, because we get John's version of what he's talked to them about. But as the revenue numbers get closer, as the local aid numbers get closer, things start, because eventually we have to kind of make some decisions, not we, but we with John and the department heads have to decide on their wish list, what do they want, what can they get, what can we afford to, blah, blah, blah. So it takes some time. Having said that, out of the group that's here, if we were to try to do, in addition to Wednesday meetings, if we were to try to do either a Wednesday or a Thursday, how many, for whomever, does Tuesday work better? Tuesday's better for you. That doesn't seem, how about, is Thursday better for anybody?
Either day's fine.
Thursday's
Either
better.
day
Yeah.
was fine.
Either day's fine.
Either day works for you guys? I mean, I could do, what about you, Rick? Do you have, is there something Tuesday or Thursday that you can't do?
Thursday I do, Tuesday I don't.
So Tuesday works better for you?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, we could do Tuesday. No, I mean, if it's all you guys.
How many people can do Thursday?
I mean, I can, but if it's bad for you guys, I mean, it's no big deal, I can do Tuesday.
How many people can do Tuesday, though? Oh.
I can do it, okay, so so it seems like Tuesday would be the better day for us to schedule this. Here's another thing, the more that we can do on, like, say, Tuesdays and Wednesdays, the more we can kind of wrap up our meetings with the department heads, and then maybe we could switch back to just doing Wednesdays if we feel like the budget's going in a way. Some years when it's been a contentious budget season, which generally means we're cutting budgets, that's in my little bit of experience, those are really long, serious, crazy nights. If we're going through a budget season where things seem to make a little bit more sense, and we're just kind of shuffling numbers around a little bit, maybe we can get through it without having 4 meetings a week, which is sometimes what we end up doing. And then to add to that, if we're going to address the financials in the April town meeting, which we haven't done in the last at least two meetings, at least two budget cycles that I've been through. If we all, as a group and as a town, and as a town manager, feel comfortable that we can move forward with April town meeting and do budgetary items there, the budget there, then you don't end up doing the same thing through May and June, which is what we've done over the last couple of months, which has stretched out the budget season, at least another 6 to 8 weeks. Having said that. So, unless I hear any different, we're gonna try to schedule some things for Tuesdays and Wednesdays. I'm thinking that probably puts us to Tuesday, the, February 7th, and then Wednesday the 8th, then the 14th and the 15th. 14th is Valentine's Day. Maybe you guys don't wanna do the 14th, but we'll see how things go. Saving you money, right. Then the 21st and the 22nd, the 28th and 29th. Why don't I make an executive decision right now that we will not be meeting on the 14th? You guys can all enjoy the Valentine's Day. So anyway, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That right, just through February gives us 7 nights of meetings. Let's plan on that for now, and we'll see where that puts us as we get a little closer, and I'll give John the numbers. If we have to, that may put us into like March 6th and 7th, and we'll see where we go from there. So far, so good? The warrant opens February 1st. For those of you who know, that's when people or individuals or the town departments can put in articles for inclusion in the April town meeting warrant. Based on that, we have to find out when it closes, and then we kind of back up into when we have to have our recommendations. So we'll go with this, which brings us to next week. Next week, February 1st, again, the warrant opens. We normally would have a meeting that night. John, as he indicated, would not be able to be here that night. Personally, I'm thinking if he's not gonna be able to be with us after having all these meetings that he's gonna have the rest of this week, it almost seems that we wouldn't have a lot to do. Go ahead.
I just wanna remind people, that was the day that we had talked about for the VOTAC tour.
At 8:30 in the morning.
At 8:30 in the morning.
Yep.
Just so.
So, there you go. So, are you guys okay if we plan not to meet that day? John said he would be able to potentially meet with us Thursday the 2nd. If you think that we would have a quorum, I could go ahead and schedule a meeting for that night, and then we could always take it off the board.
We have that tour, the library at 6.
Oh, that's right, it was the library tour that night at 6 o'clock. I did know that, and I meant, so we're not meeting. So basically what that means is that we're not gonna meet next week. I don't think that that's a problem, even though you might be thinking, oh my God, we're in the middle of budget season. What I would say is that between now and then, John will have his opportunity to meet with all the other departments, and then we'll regroup on February 7th. 7 o'clock still okay with everybody? Okay, and then we'll just kind of we'll just go one through the other. I'll ask him to set up meetings with the department heads beginning that night, okay? Good with that? Yep.
Are we gonna have our usual Saturday meeting with the school committee?
That's a very good question. Do you have an answer for that?
I do. The date for that is set for March 10th.
Why don't you give some details
For the people
about
that are
that?
newer, that's the superintendent and the assistant superintendent of finance go over their budget in detail. It's a lot more detail than even what you'd get if you came to watch the presentation that they give at the school committee meetings or what they'll give us here. They really go into like soup to nuts, everything.
Explain.
March 10th.
What time? Usually it's in the morning. It
It's
can
a
be as early as
Saturday.
8 o'clock in the
Usually,
morning.
is it 8 or?
O'clock on a Saturday.
It's been early.
It is, but.
What time do you have it scheduled for this year?
I believe that it is 9 o'clock, but I could be wrong. I'll double check with him tomorrow.
Okay, if you'll check that.
Why is it on a Saturday?
Because they want everyone to be able to come, as many of us to be able to come, selectmen sometimes come, although last year no one showed up for the selectman's office.
Yeah, but they're
But,
usually invited, and the school committee is invited to come.
Yeah.
So it's to be cognizant too of everyone's work schedules during the week and other meetings, so
And as
it's a
everything
lot of
else, we
information.
posted, it's a meeting, it's good if you're there. I mean, if you can't, I mean, we understand this is not a, you know, a lot of people have a lot of Saturday things to do, but I would encourage it, it really is a very educational, opportunity to ask questions, to really get a sense of what the school budget, because the school budget is so very different than the town side of the budget. Kathleen?
Where's the meeting going to be?
Last year it was at the North School,
At the North School, it will be this year.
which is where their administrative administrative offices are.
Usually it's up on the second floor.
Yeah, that's
and
where we went, yeah. So it's good, we think it'll be there again, right?
Yes.
It's
it
right
will
where all
be.
their
That
offices
is where
are.
it's going to be.
Are they providing donuts or are we?
They usually
They
do.
usually do.
Yes, I'll
There's
be there.
usually
It's actually,
coffee
you know,
and snacks and.
it's usually nice breakfast stuff. We'll see how, you know, it's not just donuts and food. So we're setting the bar very high.
It's your first year, you only get raises.
It's fine.
In a box.
So, okay, good, thank you for bringing that up, because that's good to get that on our schedule, and that's,
Still on.
it should be, we only started just 2 hours ago. Let me go check it. Thanks, Ray. It's still going, so maybe we can, now that we've taken care of that stuff, we probably don't have a lot more time on the tape, so. What, are we good with that scheduling stuff? Yeah. Okay, real quick, minutes of last meeting, July 18th, anyone want to offer a motion to approve the minutes? Second. Okay, we got a motion to approve and a second, all those in favor? Okay, we're good, and Michelle, you're not, because you were excused on that, so it's fine. Okay, so those are approved, excellent. What else? Liaison reports? Yes, Michelle?
I went to the police department budget meeting on Monday, and I met with Chief Majensky. We had a great meeting earlier
Awesome.
today. We went through the entire budget and what, you know, pretty much everything that John mentioned, what the increases were. He's ready to meet, so if we want to do, I guess Wednesday nights are a little tough for him, so
Maybe
we
that
wanted to
Tuesday?
even start with him on that Tuesday.
I could suggest that,
He just needed a 2-week lead time, which is perfect.
which
Was it the
makes
week
complete
of
sense, because we just went
February
through it
7th?
anyway, so,
And I can just ask him and confirm that.
okay,
He can be first.
that would be great, I'm sure he would like
He's
that.
ready to roll?
What date are we doing that on?
We're thinking it's gonna be February 7th.
Yeah, I'll confirm.
The Tuesday, February 7th? Maybe we can see if we can get fire in the next night. I'll suggest that to John. That would be great. So everything went well with that? That
I
meeting?
did, I learned a lot. For me being the new
Yeah.
person, we met for about 2 hours today. It was great.
Good.
It was great, yeah. You know, his wish list is, you know, more personnel. They have 23 right now, which is 1 supervisor, 2 on the road. He'd like to have 1 more to make it 24, to have 3 on the road, so, you know, so I said, well, come on in and let's go over everything and,
Maybe we'll get some money, you know?
yeah, yeah, it was very good.
Excellent, thank you very much. I'm glad that's moving forward. Anything else? Any other liaison reports, or, yep, Barbara?
Just that I talked with Tom Hickey from the VOTEC today, and 8:30 was good.
Okay.
So as long as that's still good with everyone that wanted to go, and then Wednesday's not good for you, it's a Wednesday.
It was 8:30 in the morning.
It's 8:30 in the morning, you have a computer class.
That's February 1st,
February 1st.
It's 2
It's
weeks.
next Wednesday.
next
Wednesday.
Wednesday,
Next
a week from
Wednesday.
today.
But.
But he was
so
gonna do it multiple times if we
He'll
needed?
do another, because there was a couple other people that weren't gonna be able to make it, maybe it was Sean Tyler, or wanted to
Maybe.
do it and couldn't, but, so we'll set up another date.
I'm gonna try to get that
After
morning
this one?
off.
Okay,
But 8:30, he'll be looking to see
8:30
us.
down there?
8:30 AM down at the school. And, you just park in the front, I don't know if anyone's been there before, or hasn't been there before, you just park in the front, over to the, if you're looking at the building, over to the right. There's usually parking right there, to the right of the door. So, that
Good.
is that.
Thank you.
And,
Very good.
then I just talked to Mr. Schaefer
school building committee?
School building committee.
Last meeting, we kind of talked about that. We would like to have a member of the finance committee on the school building, on the Abington School Building Committee. It's a committee they're putting together to look at the,
We're required to.
yeah, we're required to have, it's us, there's a whole bunch of other requirements. So, is anyone interested in that? I think we did say, we heard that they're meeting at night. Of course, once the committee gets together, they'll discuss what's best for the committee members. Barbara, you're interested?
It will be evening meetings, and, like, getting ready to start, like, really soon, end of January, beginning of February. Which does put us in budget season, but, there'll be times that maybe they only need to meet once a month. There'll be times as it gets more, in the beginning here, so.
So, Barbara, you've indicated that you are
I
interested.
am interested, but I was wondering if anyone else was interested also, because it is in budget season, that if maybe one of us, if it was a meeting night that maybe one of our meetings were, if we could, if somebody wanted to swap off with me, or if there was a night that I couldn't make it, because it is another extra night for me to take out of the house, weekends and all that, so.
I'll do an alternate with
If you would.
That would be
yeah,
great. I think that would be awesome.
really good. All right.
All right, thank you guys very much. I know it's, another imposition on your time, but, and again, I can't tell you guys how much I appreciate your dedication to what we do here at the town.
A question, if you guys think they'll